Good morning, everyone. I've shared the link to our social media platforms and our meetup communities. Please do follow us on our social media platforms for all the daily updates regarding our sessions. Please do follow and join our communities on Meetup. Stay updated. Thank you. And we'll start the session in few minutes as we are waiting for the participants to join. Thank you. Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm audible. Uh, also, we will start with this session. Hello and welcome, everyone. I am Shubh Parmar, your host for today's webinar. My team and I are here to make sure you have a seamless and engaging experience. If you have any questions or need assistance, feel free to use the chat window. We are here to help. So, the topic for today is GH-100 GitHub Fundamentals, Administration Basics, and Product Features. Uh, This webinar is hosted by the ATC community, a hub for enthusiasts passionate about cloud technologies, AI, machine learning, IoT, open source development, and DevOps. Today's event is sponsored by Synergetics and Microsoft. Before we dive into today's session, let me take a moment to introduce Synergetics. Synergetics is a leading edge learning solutions provider in India, offering specialized training and consulting services. We empower businesses and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Our core focus is on enabling digital transformation through innovative skilling programs, advisory services, and end to end implementation support. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud technologies, and DevOps, Synergetics is committed to equipping you with the tools and knowledge to succeed. These are the learning solutions which are offered by Synergetics, that is persona based onboarding, onboarding add on, certification add on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales, pre sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. This is the Microsoft certification skilling journey. The journey begins with the fundamental certification, then progresses to advanced role based certification, and finally to expert level certification. We run communities on Meetup. This is the emerging technology community. Anyone who are eager to learn about technological knowledge can join this community on Meetup. We have multiple communities in Pune, Gujarat, Nagpur, and Indore. Those who are interested to join this community, please log in to Meetup app and gain your knowledge for free. We are thrilled to have Mr. Mahendra Shinde as our today's speaker. He is a certified Microsoft trainer and a consultant at Synergetics. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in AI and cloud technologies. The agenda for this webinar is Introduction to GitHub and its ecosystem, user and team management, key GitHub product features, security and compliance essentials, practical tips, and live demonstrations. This is the 8 hours of learning plan, which will include one day webinar, self learning plan, mentoring and exam prep sessions, and knowledge assessment. If you want to know more, please connect with us. We are providing a complimentary learning achievement badge for GH100, which includes an overview of the module topics which are related to webinar. You can share the badge on your LinkedIn and Twitter profile. To get the badge activated, you just need to follow certain steps and redeem the badges. Uh, You have to follow the code of conduct, which will create a respectful environment for all the participants. Please note participants are not allowed to take screenshot of the presentation and cannot do screen recording. I, I would like to take a moment to share some information about the certification workshops we conduct at Synergetics. The Saturday webinars you have been attending are designed to give you a brief overview and summary of the full course content. However, the actual certification training programs for these courses run over 4 days, and we are currently offering them at a special discounted rate exclusively for webinar attendees. On my screen, you can see the list of in-demand certification courses we are currently focusing on. For more details or to register, I'll share the contact of my colleague Vivek in the chat box. You can connect with him for more details. Do follow us on our social media platform to get relevant updates on upcoming webinar, workshops, certifications, training we do. Thank you so much everyone for listening to me. Now we'll hand over the mic to a speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Shub. Yeah, hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Mahendra, and yeah, I'll start sharing my screen. Okay, so I hope my screen is visible to all of you right now. Yeah, okay, good, good. So let's start with the session. In this one-day session, I'll give you a quick introduction to GitHub as a platform, some of the product features GitHub provides, and certain tips and tricks, how to use GitHub, okay, etc. So let's get started. Introduction to GitHub. How many of you already have a GitHub account? Maybe a personal GitHub account? Yeah, Punawala, Kapadi, Karge. Okay, fine. Yeah. So GitHub is a widely used kind of a service, or you can say an open source platform which is already very well popular. Many of you might already be using GitHub personal account, right? But what we are actually going to discuss here is GitHub as a standard platform, okay? And we will talk a little bit about GitHub Enterprise Platform as well. So GitHub is now an AI-powered developer platform that provides you all the features you need for building and deploying your application. GitHub is known for source code repositories, GitHub repositories, but that's not the only thing now. GitHub can now, GitHub can now build your application, scale it, deliver it, okay? And not just that, GitHub is actually a DevSecOps platform. It has lots of security features built into it. There are more than 100 million developers using GitHub platform, either for personal or enterprise version. So here in this first module, we will discuss fundamental features of GitHub. Then the very first thing in GitHub is repository. We'll talk about repository. Then we'll talk about some other features like branches, commit, pull request, some collaboration features, right? And how we can manage subscription and notifications. So let's get started. So as I told you, GitHub is a DevOps platform, DevSecOps platform. It is a cloud-based platform that uses Git version control system, a distributed version control system at its core. Many of us use GitHub only to maintain code repositories. Like for example, I have my own personal GitHub account and I have more than 300 repositories now. Okay. Many a times when I'm conducting a training, an overview training, a training of let's say 4 hours or 8 hours, a short training, and I don't have to, or I don't have time to build entire demo myself, right? What I do is I have some old, you can say code examples in my own GitHub repository. I just pull them and execute them. Saves my time, right? And also participants can refer to my Git repositories directly because most of the Git repositories are public repositories. My Git repositories I'm talking about. Okay. And public means people can access or people can read those repositories even when you don't have GitHub account. Am I right? Yep. So what all kind of product features are available in GitHub. Now, you will notice in this slide, we have mentioned AI several times. Yes, GitHub also has several AI capabilities built into it. Like you get something called GitHub Copilot, right? You get GitHub Copilot workspaces. Then you get GitHub Copilot for, yeah, that's right, Shubham. You also get GitHub Actions, which is a CI/CD platform, right? And so many different features. Initially, yes, initially GitHub started as a platform for hosting your Git repositories. Okay, a container where you add your data or add your code. That's absolutely right. But over the years, over a period of years, several years, GitHub started providing additional features, right? And now it is no longer just a repository. It is much more than that. Only thing is, repositories of GitHub is a particular core feature which always remained free. That means even now you guys can sign up and create your GitHub account and you will get unlimited public repositories for free, right? So this feature will always remain free. So let's talk about this. Number one, if we talk about GitHub Enterprise, GitHub Enterprise is a product that requires either a license or a subscription. Okay. So GitHub Enterprise actually is based on generative AI. It has several AI capabilities built into it. It will help you while committing your code. It will help you in code collaboration, that is pull request, right? It will even help you while product planning phase. You can integrate it with a project planning feature, which is built into GitHub called GitHub Projects. Okay. Repositories are always there, right? Other than repository, you get pull request, you get GitHub Actions, right? You get GitHub Advanced Security for security integration, and so on. For productivity part, CI/CD, you can implement CI/CD in GitHub Actions directly. Let me show you one example of what exactly is purpose of GitHub pull request. And for that, I will take you to this repository called this repository called Azure Quick Start Template Repository. This is a repository called Azure Quick Start Template Repository where many people all across world can contribute their work to this repository. Okay. And how do they provide their contribution? With the help of pull request. You can see as of now, 139 pull requests are still open on this repository. Is that clear? So somebody has made changes and they expect their changes to be accepted by this Azure Quick Start repository. You will notice some of them are valid, some of them have failed. Like for example, here this cross mark means this particular pull request is pending because some checks have failed. Are you getting my point? Right? Let me show you just as an example, my pull request. But all my pull requests are already closed. So let me change the filter. I want pull request of any type, like even those which are closed already. So here, let me just go to this random pull request here and let's see what is its status. You will notice this is a pull request raised by me. This is my user account on Jan 6, 2023. Okay. And it was not accepted right away. Okay. There were few changes suggested by collaborators of this particular repository. Okay. And after several changes were made, collaborator Alex Frankel finally accepted my pull request on Jan 16, 2023. So did you notice the time frame here? Original pull request was raised in Jan 6. Several work happened on it. And finally, after 10 days, it was accepted and changes were merged into Azure Quick Start template repository. Okay, this is how open source function. No, Shubham. Pull request basically is I made changes and I want you to pull my changes into the main repository, okay, and merge them there. If you don't accept my changes, the changes will not get reflected in that repository, then target repository. That's what pull request is. Okay. Yeah. So pull request is a kind of a code review. I made some changes and I want other team members to review it and accept it. So GitHub has several such features. Now GitHub has GitHub Advanced Security. Okay. You can scan the code for best practices. You can scan the code for some of the, let's say, vulnerabilities that might be found over there, or maybe your developers is not actually following all the coding best practices, not using the proper design patterns, maybe, okay, or variable naming rules, so many different stuff. In DevOps, people used to depend on third-party external tools like SonarQube, for example. You don't need something like SonarQube anymore. GitHub already has GitHub Advanced Security, certain features already built into it. To show you another example, let me take you back to my GitHub repository once again, and let me show you something. This is my GitHub repository, or this is my GitHub account, and let's go to one of my repositories. Okay, so what I would do is I'll take you to one repository which is specifically made with lot of security issues, web code. This is not originally my code, basically. I have cloned it from somewhere or forked it from somewhere. Anyways, so this is an open source project anyways. This is the actual repository, original repository name. This is where you can get it. And this repository, can you see there are already approximately 100 contributors to it. Is that clear? Fine. So now about this particular project, let me just take you to this particular tab here called security tab. You will notice there is some number written next to it, 85. There are total 85 notifications here. Code scanning, this is part of DevSecOps, right? And you can see there are several kind of warnings listed here. Like for example, deserialization of user control data. And if you click on it, it will actually take you to the piece of code and explain you what is wrong in this code. Did you get this point? Hello? It won't just find the defects, but it will actually explain you why it is considered as defect, why it is considered as unsafe, right? And it will actually give you a proper explanation about it, right? You can, if in case if you use GitHub Enterprise Edition, now my Enterprise Edition, my Enterprise trial has already ended. But if you have an Enterprise Edition plan, you will get this button, Generate Fix. That means it will not just explain you why there is a defect, it will even give you a solution. But for applying solution automatically, you need to have GitHub Enterprise account, okay, which provides you Copilot Autofix, which is an AI-based service. What this service will do, it will actually go to, yeah, it will actually go to the code and make the necessary changes and commit it, okay? Please remember, if you do not have enterprise subscription, you will get this button disabled, just like me. Is that clear? Fine. So without enterprise subscription, it will detect all the defects and expect you to fix them. With Copilot, it will even fix them on behalf of you if you want. On this particular platform, there are more than 100 million developers. There are more than 330 million repositories on GitHub. So many open source projects are already hosted on GitHub. Let me give you another example. This person, his name is Torvalds, Linus Torvald. And here is a repository he has created several years ago. If you look at this repository now, okay, the repository name is Linux, and it has approximately 16,000 contributors. Yeah. Any guess what this repository is all about? It's a Linux OS kernel. The complete OS kernel source code is right here available on GitHub. And there are more than 16,000 people currently working on it. It's already written over here, Linux kernel source tree. Okay. So GitHub is very popular with that aspect. You can see it has pull requests. There are 479 pull requests here pending. So let's get back to the first point. What is a repository? As you already know, repository is a collection of your source code. A repository contains your source code. Okay. And not just the source code, it also contains revision history of your source code. Do you know why people actually maintain source code repository? Or what is benefit of distributed version control system? Yes, Krishna? Distributed source control system allows people to work on same project from multiple different location, multiple different places, right? You can have your entire team scattered across the globe. Like those people, yeah, source code is application source code. Like for example, this one here is a source code of Linux kernel, right? Most majority of this code is written in a language called C language. Did you notice this? This particular repository contains over 98.3% C code, 0.2% Python, right? Okay. So how do you create a repository? Before that, how do you create a GitHub subscription? Do you know that signing up for GitHub is actually very easy? You can create your own free GitHub account. But please remember, the free GitHub account, which is also called GitHub personal account, right, does not provide you all the enterprise features. I will take you later to the GitHub pricing page to find differences between a personal free account and enterprise account. This is where you can sign up for GitHub. You can see it here. Go to github.com. First time, if you are visiting github.com, you will get an option here to sign up. You can either click on the sign up button here, or you can just type your email address and click on sign up button here. Provided there is no other GitHub account registered with your email address, if your email address has never been used for GitHub, it will allow you to create a new account, right? And after new account is created, you will get an activation link in your inbox. In your email inbox, you will get an activation link. Follow that link, and it will quickly validate whether your GitHub account, your email account is valid, right? And then your GitHub features and repositories, you can start using them. Okay, so it's quite easy. Now about pricing. The one you create manually or the one you create by basic sign up process is GitHub free account. Okay. And as you can see, for free account, there is no cost per month cost here. But these are features you will get for free. Unlimited public or private repository. Public repository means repository is visible to everyone, and private means only you can see it. You get dependency security version updates. You get 2000 CI/CD minutes for CI/CD, continuous integration, delivery, and deployment. You get 500 MB of package storage for final artifacts, issue and project management, agile project planning, and community support. You get all that for free. Then you get team subscription, which is $4 per user per month. Here you get everything from personal, but in addition to that, you get code spaces, protected branches, reviewers and pull requests, and so on. And then finally, you have enterprise, which gives you all the features. Okay, everything like including data residency, enterprise managed users. You can even connect it with Microsoft Active Directory, right? And all the users from Active Directory can be assigned enterprise subscription. But please remember, the pricing here is per month per user. So if for your organization, if your organization has 100 employees or 100 members, and if you assign GitHub Enterprise license to all 100 of them, right, then your monthly charges will be 2,100 USD per month. Okay. Or your organization has 100 members, but only 10 people are given access to GitHub Enterprise. Okay. So it will be then 21 into 10 for everyone, 210 per month, right? It's like that. Anyways, so this is how it actually provides basic features. In addition to that, there are add-ons like GitHub Copilot add-on for AI assistance, GitHub Models add-on, GitHub Advanced Security. Okay, like the one I gave you an example, like uh, in web code project, there were some security issues. Those are scanned using GitHub Advanced Security. Okay. Large file support, code spaces, and premium support. Premium support means you get a typical software support over a mail, over a call, right? You can raise a support ticket for all kind of work. But remember, it's not for free users. Free users get community support. Okay, fine. So how do we create a repository? If you have a GitHub account, you can actually go ahead and try creating a repository. Like for example, I already have a GitHub account. So let's go to GitHub. Here is my GitHub. I have already logged in. And here is my create new button. Option available, new repository. I'll just go for new repository and let's create a new repository and let's give it a name, demo 0305. If the name is already available, you will get a blue tick like this, provide a description, and you can choose whether you want repository to be public or private. Public means anyone on internet can see the repository. Private means only you will have access or your team will have access to repository, nobody else. Let's keep it public. I can even add a README file for my repository so that my repository won't be an empty repository. Okay, and create. Now this will create a new public repository for me with name demo 0305. Let me share the repository URL with you. You can see here the repository. Okay, it's a public repository. So if you click on it, it will open. Make sense? Fine. So this is how repositories are created. And once repository is created, you have an option to clone this repository to your local machine, okay, and use local editors to work on it, or you can just edit the repository directly on the browser itself. Now, one more thing. This is a public repository. You can actually go and see the code inside the repository, but you cannot make any changes to it. This repository is read only for general public, and only I can make changes to this repository because this is my personal account. I don't have a team working on my repository. There is only one single member. Okay. How do I know that it's only one single user? Let's go to inside and let's see contributors. So how many contributors do I have? Just one. I'm number one contributor here, right? Fine. If it was GitHub Enterprise, we could have multiple members. Anyway, GitHub provides multiple ways you can edit changes, right? One such interesting method is using web editor. Now let me show you a magic. What I will do is I will just make sure that I have opened this page, click anywhere in empty area so that the focus is on the page itself. And I'm going to press dot key on my keyboard. Let's see what happens. This will open a web editor. Notice the web editor. Okay, looks like it's saying you should log in. Fine. This is my account. Fine. And you can see a VS Code like environment. Dot, only dot. Hmm. You don't even have to type E. But please remember, this will not happen if you are accessing somebody else's repository. So if you people try to access my repository and press dot, nothing will happen because you don't have write permission on this repository. You can use this web editor only for repository where you have write permissions. Okay. Now here I can select a file and I can make some changes. This is basically to quickly modify the changes or quickly modify the repository. But this is not a standard option. Standard option would be to clone the repository locally and make changes from there. Okay, let's save this. And because it is a Git repository, the way you save it is by using commit. Let's create a commit. Commit and push. And the changes is now pushed to my repository. Let's go back, use the browser back button. Now you can see here, I'll just refresh. Can you see a change? Can you see commit to? Right? Now, obviously, this is not the standard way. Standard way is to locally clone this particular repository in your local machine and use something like Visual Studio, Visual Studio Code, Eclipse, or any other developer IDE of your choice to make changes to the given code. Okay, but there is another prerequisite for it. To be able to locally work on repository, you need to have git CLI, git command line installed on your machine. Yes, you can do that with pencil symbol as well. But the difference is, uh, if you want to edit multiple file at once, then web editor is better option. The pencil symbol here will allow you to edit only one file at a time. Is that clear? Sorry. There is also one more thing. If you use web-based editor, you can even create new files, which you cannot do with pencil symbol. Pencil symbol allows you to just edit existing file, not create a new one. And guess what? It also provides syntax highlighting. So it looks and feel just like an IDE. It looks like auto completion is still not there. Is that clear? Okay. So this is how repositories are created. Okay. You can create a repository, but please remember, before you can create a repository, you need to have at least GitHub personal account, which is free. Now, repository could be either public or private. This is how you create one. Click on new repository, provide a repository name, okay, and then press enter and repository created. You can either choose public or private. How do you add files? Either you use editor or you can also upload the files using add files option. Let me show you here. Can you see this? This is how you create new file, or you can even upload them. If you use create new file, it will open this editor panel where you have to first type the file name and then contents for the file and then commit the changes. Now, those who already have GitHub account, can you quickly try creating a repository and adding files to your repository now? Okay, fine. Fine, fine. Yeah, let's get back to this. So this is how we create a repository and add files to the repository. Now, next, we can add some files. We can just, kind of add some random text. Now, like for example, this one here, you can see some message has been added here. And after that, what you can do is click on commit message button, commit the changes, right? Actually, I was waiting for you guys to try this out. Oh, wait a second. Shubham has a question here. I had a doubt that after downloading an IPYNB file from Jupyter Notebook, if I have added it to GitHub personal profile in public repository, then if I make changes, my original Jupyter Notebook file, it will not be changed in the repository because it is not live. See, GitHub do not care about that notebook. For GitHub, it's just a source code file, right? It is just a source code file. You won't execute it right there in GitHub. Okay, so whatever file you have created, it will just appear it as it is, right? You won't be able to run it right there inside GitHub. Rather, GitHub will simply show it as a simple Python script or maybe a simple code file. Okay, for GitHub, everything is a source code. Now, so we add the file, we commit it, and it's done. First three steps was this: navigate to main page of repository, browse the folder where you wish to create a file, and then click on add file button, right? So like, for example, sometimes a repository might be containing multiple folders and subfolders. Like for example, let's say this repository here. If you visit my repository, there are several folders. Now, where do you want to create new file? Go to the folder first. Go to the directory where you wish to create a new file. And once you reach there, then use add file button. Is that clear? This will make sure that you created file at the right place. That was the first three steps. And then make the changes, add the file name, and then click on commit button, right? And in case if required, you can add other user's name. Okay, like for example, if you have two people, like then other person can actually add some more, or you can say other people can propose some changes in that code. Like your developer has written something and you didn't like the writing style. Okay, like for example, your developers have not added proper documentation comment. So what you can do, you can just go and add a proposal there saying that please add proper comments for the repository. README just for description, by the way, nothing more than that. It's not even mandatory to provide README file. Usually README file is used for, a quick summary of what this folder contains. That's it. Okay. Now, GIST. We have another concept called GIST. Similar to repository, GIST are simplified way to share code snippet with other. Now, what is GIST? A repository is entire folder or repository is a complete source code, right? But what if you have to share with others a small code snippet, not the complete source code? Are you getting my point? A typical Java project requires a proper project structure. If it is a Maven project, then it should have folders like src main Java, src test Java, src main resource. Then it should have pom.xml file. A project usually follows a proper directory structure. But what if you just want to share a small code snippet? For that, we use GIST. GIST is basically a Git repository, but it doesn't contain a complete project. It only contains a small code snippets, right? It only contains a small code snippets. That's called GIST. Okay. So this which we have created here was a repository. But if you want to create a GIST, you can use this option here. Notice it. New GIST. Click on plus button, new GIST. And this is a great way to share some kind of code snippets with others. You can provide a description. You can provide a file name, add your code here, and then share it with URL with others. Like for example, let's say my guest description is using, or let's say upload file to Azure blog using Java code, right? And then here, let's say my file name is demo blog.java. Wait a second. This is my file. And here I will write some Java code. Okay. Once you have done it, what you do is you can also add additional files if you want, right? And you can create a guest. Now, did you notice there are two options? Secret guest is for your team, and public guest means public guest is the guest that anybody can access over an internet. Is that clear? So I created a guest like this. Now, what I can do is I can share this code snippet with anyone. How do I share this code snippet now? Just have to copy this URL, paste it like this, and you can access it. Check if you are able to see this particular guest. Yes, a sample code, Shubham. Please remember, if you have to share entire source code, then create it as a repository, not as a guest. Guest is only for a small piece of code. Fine. Now, this is about source code repository, but GitHub actually provides even another aspect, wikis. How about project documentation? Many a times you have to maintain your project documentation somewhere. Now, what if you can store that documentation alongside your repository? That's what wikis are. Wikis allow you to create markdown files for project documentation. No, it's not like that, Shubham. You have to first create it as a guest, right? And whatever you type inside it, that becomes a guest. Later, you can share it with the people. But as you can see, guest is just one small part of code, not the complete project. If you have to share complete project, use Git repository. Because you will notice one thing, here it was demo blob, right? What if I have to share with people how to use, let's say, AWS S3 bucket? For that, I have to create another guest. Is that clear? Fine. So guest is basically just a small code snippet, not more than that. Then we have wikis. Now, wikis is another interesting thing. What you can do is, now I'm on guest now. Let's go back to GitHub. And for that, now we have to do it this way, github.com. Okay, back to GitHub. Now, what you can do is, for a particular project, you can add wikis or project documentation here. Can you see wiki section? Let's go to the wiki. Now, please remember, in case if you can't find this option wiki, right, there is a strong possibility that wikis are not yet enabled in your GitHub repository. So all those people here who already have GitHub repositories or GitHub account, there is a possibility is wiki is not enabled for you. What you can do in that case, go to settings. For the repository, go to settings, right? Then scroll down. And can you see features option here? Here, you should just enable this option for wikis. If you disable this option, let's say, for example, if I remove it, okay, you will notice there is no more an option for wikis here, right? It's action, project, security, and insight. But what happens if I re-enable it? Can you see a wiki option now visible? So make sure it is enabled first of all. Okay, so if it is not already visible, go to settings. It's right here. And in the setting page, scroll down, there is a checkbox for wikis. You can enable it from there. And then you can create pages. Now, please remember, wikis by default use markdown file. What is the default format? Markdown. But is there any other type of documentation supported? Answer is yes. Can you see the number of different editing options here? Fine. So you can create a documentation here using markdown. Like this is a markdown heading. This is a sample Spring REST APIs for, let's say, testing purpose. Or you can write some additional detail about it. And after you enter all the detail, save the pages. Creating new page in Wiki is very easy. Click on Wiki, and if there are no pages already created, you will get a message like this. Welcome to. Now, repository name. Click on this button. Create first page. Then type whatever text you want. You can even check the preview. Let's see how it will look alike. This will look like this. This is second level heading, 2 hashmans, right? And then if you want to add something like a list or something, you can do that as well. Okay, and check the preview. Once it is done, click on Save Page, and the page will be saved. In case if you want to create another wiki page, you can do that. You can see here, there is only one page here. There is a button here to create a new page. Shubham, single repository can ideally should have single source code, but if required, you can have multiple projects in a single repository. Okay, but then it might not actually be recommended. Okay, just to show you an example. Just a minute. Look at this, for example. This is a single repository, and this repository has two folders. Front end, which contains Angular project, and backend, which contains Spring Boot application. Did you notice this? In a backend folder, I have a Java application, Java Spring Boot application, and in front end, I have one Angular application. So GitHub actually allows you to do that. But what is recommended is to have one project in one repository. That is recommended. Okay, but it's not a rule. You can create as many wiki pages as you want for your project. Any idea why it should be kept in wikis and not somewhere in README file and repository? By keeping everything in wikis instead of adding a README file here, there is one huge benefit of it. When your developers clone the repository, they get access to all the code from here, but they don't get wikis. Wikis remain on server. Yes, Santosh. You can also choose what all users have access to wiki pages. So if let's say if you are using GitHub Enterprise, you can choose particular set of developers to have access to both wikis and source code. And then other developers, other members should have access only to the wikis, but not to the source code. You can even specify which user has access to read wikis and which users have access to read and write wikis. Are you getting my point? You can specify whether your users should be allowed to read and write wikis. That you can control. So all your project documentation, it should be kept in wikis. Now, If you are using Git repository for quite some time, you will notice a very interesting feature of Git repository is branches. We can create several branches in a same repository. Any idea what is benefit of a branch? Anyone? Branch basically allows you, right? Okay. Branch basically allows you to have multiple, you can say multiple kind of work being done or parallel work to be done on the same code repository. Maybe your developer number one is working on implementing one feature and developer number two is working on implementing another feature, while developer number three is just performing bug fix on another feature. Branches allow multiple people to work on the same source code repository at the same time without disturbing other people who are at a time working on the repository. Okay. So by creating a branch, it is possible for multiple people to work on the same source code repository at the same time, but without any kind of conflict. So you work in your branch, I will work on my branches, right? It's like that. It's a safe place to do all kind of experiment. So if I want to do something, I will create a branch, do all those changes in a branch. And then if it works, I will merge the changes to the parent branch. And if it doesn't work, I can just simply cancel it out, right? No need to continue with that. If it doesn't work, I can just cancel the branch. I can just delete that branch. Okay. Yeah, for merge, you can use either pull request or merge from command line. From command line, it is merge. From browser, it will be pull request. For local branches, we just use git merge command. Okay. Inside a branch, we have multiple commits. Now, what is commit? It's a feature of Git repository, by the way. A commit means a recorded change in a branch. It's called commit. So once you create a branch, you can commit to that particular branch. You can make save changes to that particular branch. Every time you save the change, it creates a globally unique ID called commit ID. Yes, commit ID is globally unique. Okay. You can even see it here. This particular commit ID, it's not complete ID, just first six characters are displayed here, 6, 7 characters are displayed here. The real commit ID is very big and it's globally unique. To show you an example, on this repository, I have total 35 commits. And you can see this is the commit message and this is the commit ID. If I click on commit ID, it will actually show me the complete commit ID here. You can just copy it from here also, right? And these are the changes I have done in this particular commit. Did you notice what change I have done in this commit? I have just added version tag for H2 database. Okay, fine. Yes. About the verification, please remember one thing. For verification, there are two important things. Number one, you should make sure that you perform all the Git commits, Git push, and Git pull with SSH certificate or digital certificate, not just with a password. That is one thing. And number two, you should have CI/CD workflow, GitHub Action workflow created that will automatically build your application after each change, right? And after it is built, it will then show that this is a verified commit. Okay, fine. A commit ID is globally unique. That means no two commit IDs will be same. Pull request, you have to create pull request later. Like for example, let's say some developer has made a commit in his repository branch and wants to merge the changes to the parent branch, then have to raise a pull request. Now I will show you an example of that. What I will do is I'll just go back to newly created repository. Okay, I guess I've created a new repository just now, demo 0305. Let's create a new branch. There is a main branch, which is parent branch, and I just want to create a new branch now. So what I will do now, let's create a new branch here. Okay, we are already into a default branch, view all branch. There is a button on the right side, new branch. I'm creating a new branch now, right? So here I'll give it a branch name. Let's call it dev. And after you create dev branch, let's create a dev branch like this. This branch is actually created from main branch. That means there is a relationship, parent and child relation between main and dev. Now for the dev branch, now that I am in a dev branch, let's make some changes. Let's say in dev branch, I would like to add a new file. Okay, let's create HTML file in dev branch. HTML, HTML close, right? And then I will add a body tag close, a paragraph tag. Okay, and paragraph close. So some changes I'm creating here. Let's give it a name, home.html, and commit the changes. Now, please remember, I'm committing these changes in dev branch. Is that clear? In the dev branch. Uh, Akash, first of all, you'd never allow developers to work separately and merge all the changes or push all the changes to main repository. That is not allowed. Main repository must be kept empty. Sorry, must be kept untouched. Anybody wants to do any work, create a branch, make changes to that branch, and once you are done with the changes, raise a pull request to merge the changes to main repository. Is that clear? As a standard best practice, we do not allow anyone to directly work on main branch. Anyways, so let me just commit the changes to dev branch now. So now dev branch is modified. You will notice one thing. If I go back to my repository, now this is my dev branch, right? In dev branch, I have got two files, readme and home.html. But if I switch to main branch, in main branch, there is only readme file. There is no HTML file. Let's go to dev branch. You can see here, GitHub is giving me this option. Dev had recent push 22 seconds ago. Compare and pull the request. Compare and generate pull request. So let's do compare and generate pull request. Add some message here, right? So this is my pull request. I'm expecting other developers to accept it. So let's say developer one created a pull request and expect developer two to merge it. Okay. Now there are no conflict. But guess what? Second developer was not ready. What second developer did? He actually went and checked what files are modified. What are those files? So here is the file. Now, do you think the other developer can add some comments? Let's leave a comment. Where is head and title? So other developer said, your HTML file is missing some important details, right? Start a review, right? Now, original developer, when he will come back to this pull request, he will find that his pull request is not accepted yet. His pull request is not yet accepted. And somebody has raised a comment over there. Some other developer has raised a comment. Can you see a pending flag? Hello? This is how code review works. So it appears to be pending. So what do you do now? The original developer will now go and make the changes. Okay. So original developer, the one who made pull request, now has to go to dev branch, open the file, make necessary changes, right? Like for example, here, let's add head and then title. Let's add a title and commit the change. Now this commit change, if I'm committing these changes in dev branch alone. If I now go back to the pull request, you can see it here. The pull request is now updated. Now here, can you see this message here? Hello, right? Now here, this particular author, what he or she can do, he can either edit it or delete it. Let's do edit. Okay. Now here, I'll do one thing. Let's say it's done now. Okay. And right, you can either delete the commit or leave it. And now you can just go and accept the request. Okay. So let's complete the request. I'll just click on confirm and pull request is now completed. Pull request is now successfully closed. And now after all this thing, if I go back to code, now you will notice in dev branch, we have two files. And in main branch also, you have two files now. Did you notice that? Hello? This is how pull request work. Now, unfortunately here, I don't have multiple users. This is my personal GitHub account. I have just single user account. That's why I have to act like a original developer and reviewer. Both the roles I have to play on my own. Is that clear? Right? Okay. So this actually makes more sense if you have multiple people working on a same project at the same time. Everyone will have their own branch, right? And after they make the changes, they are supposed to raise a pull request, right? And somebody from team has to review it and either accept or reject it. Now, whenever you are working with Git repository, please remember you don't have to commit all the changes. You don't have to commit all the changes. Many a times there are certain files in your project which are tracked and there are certain files which are untracked. What is untracked? Untracked means the change in file is not stored in Git repository or Git is unaware existence about that file. Like for example, how about let's say inside a project I have created a .txt file, okay, a notepad text file where I keep some important information for myself, but I don't want to check in that information in my Git repository. We call them personal file. We keep the file untracked. Tracked file is basically the file whose changes will be saved in repository. Is that clear? Okay. Yeah, sure. So basically, uh, there are files which are tracked. There are files which are not tracked. Now, let me give you an example from VS Code. Do you know that if you use editor like VS Code, for example, if you use editor like VS Code, you have created some document here. Now, along with this document, you have created some kind of document for your own usage. Let's say, for example, you have your cloud credentials stored here, okay, in a file. This file is for only your reference. You don't want this file to actually appear in Git repository, but it should be there in your local folder only. What you will do then? I was about to write sunscreen instead of subscription. Okay, right? Now I don't want this file to be cloned or this file to be stored in my Git repository. This is my personal file. So what I will do, I will not track the file. I will not track this file. I will keep this file untracked. Are you getting my point? Now, there is a way you can do or you can specify a file to be untracked. Do you know in Git repositories, we use a special file .gitignore, .gitignore. And then here, I'll write the name of the file. Now, what is benefit of this gitignore now? You can specify which files you don't want to track or what files you do not want to place in Git repository. Okay, that is untracked files. GitHub has an option to define untracked files for you, basically. Okay. Files which are modified will be marked as modified. Files which are unmodified, unmodified means file is tracked, but you didn't make any changes to it. Modified means files are tracked and you made changes to it and you need to commit them now. Files are modified, but changes have been added to staging area. That is called stage, means they are ready to commit. And finally, committed. Committed means changes are saved in local repository. Then we call them committed. Okay. So these are the phases, basically. This is how you uh, work with Git repository. Fine. I explain you what is pull request, a mechanism used to signal that commit from one branch are ready to be merged to another branch, right? Like this. I will share with you Microsoft Learn module link later on where you can read all these contents. Okay. Yeah. So pull request is a mechanism which we use to signal commit from one branch ready to merge into another branch, right? So the one who's creating pull request is basically asking one or more reviewer to verify the code and approve the merge. Make sense? Now, GitHub Flow. What is Flow? There is a utility you can install in your local machine. GitHub Flow will basically force you to use a particular branching structure. GitHub Flow is defined as lightweight workflow that allows safe experimentation. You can test new ideas and collaboration. Under GitHub Flow, there is a certain best practices. Like for example, you create a repository with default branch main. Inside your default main branch, you should create another child branch feature. Inside feature, you create another child branch, feature 1, feature 2, feature 3, feature 4. And developers who are working on feature 1, they will be given feature 1 branch. Developers who are working on feature 2, they will be given feature 2 branch. And what developers have to do? Once they complete working on a feature 1 branch will be merged into feature branch. Once all the features are implemented, feature branch will be then merged into main branch. And guess what it means when you merge everything in main branch? It means now product is ready for deployment. Make sense? Fine. Sorry. Yeah. So GitHub Flow basically force users to follow a proper pattern of creating a parent branch, then child branch, and then further child branch, so that all the work can be traced easily, okay, and all the work can be properly merged without any conflict. Because you will be working, multiple people will be working at the same time, and it makes it very difficult to track all those changes. Now, GitHub therefore becomes a very good platform for inter-team collaboration. Now, when we talk about collaboration, GitHub also has another option or another feature, which is GitHub issues. But before we go with GitHub issues, uh, can you try this pull request part? If you have a Git repository of your own. Okay, there is a question here. Merge request has been created by first user, right? And accepted by second user. Then second user, uh, see, it's never like that. Okay, let me just use a draw.io to explain you what exactly happens in here. So basically what is happening is there are two developers here, developer one and developer two. I don't know why copy paste is not working now. So there are two developers, developer one and developer two. Developer one is working working on a particular branch. Let's say dev one branch, right? Okay. Now developer one made some changes to dev one branch, commit some changes to dev one branch. And now this developer will raise a pull request. This developer will raise a pull request, right? And the request is to merge the changes of dev one branch into, let's say, main branch, right? So this user will create pull request. Now, there is another developer who's working on some other branch, but he noticed that the changes this person has made to this dev one branch can actually or are actually not complete. So what this developer can do, this developer can comment on it or simply accept or reject the changes. Now, please remember one thing. In GitHub, it's not just one single user or only one dev two can accept and reject it. There could be many other users also. Are you getting my point? Hello? And there is one more interesting feature GitHub Enterprise provide. And that feature is you can actually designate certain users in your GitHub organization as reviewers. Okay? Mandatory reviewers. It is like you specify that I don't care what dev2 talks about my code. I want dev3 to accept it. Is that clear? You can even specify who's authorized to accept and reject pull request. Other users can just comment on it. Okay. But a specific user need to accept and reject it. Is that clear? That way. Now, please remember if dev2 is working on some other work, right? Dev2 can also raise a pull request for his own work. Like, for example, let's see, Dev2 is working on Dev2 branch. Are you getting my point? Then for Dev2 branch also, he has to raise a pull request to merge the changes into main branch. But now there is one more interesting thing you have to do. Every time you raise a pull request, you first have to make sure your repository is sync with local remote repository. You need to do a git pull first, make sure your repository is up to date, and then raise a new pull request. Okay. Now, to give you a context, I gave you example of Linus Torvald, right? Hello. Do you know that most of the time, the most common work Linus Torvald has to do on this repository is just to accept or reject pull request. Are you getting my point? Hello? Let me show you this. What is the last activity Linus Torvald has done? He has merged changes of a branch or a tag PCI v6.16 fix 3 into PCI branch, right? And this pull request was actually created by other user, John Heglas, right? He has written all these message, and what Linus Torvald has actually done, just accepted those changes and merged it into a parent branch. Is that clear? So most of the time, this is what going to happen. There will be a dedicated person whose only responsibility is to make sure all the contributions to the repository are actually good enough to be accepted. Other people can comment on it, but cannot accept and reject it. You can allow people to comment on it, right? But expect only one person to reject or accept it. Looks like this particular pull request already has 13 comments. Notice this. Hello? Notice this. Okay. See, people have literally put comments like this. Notice that? This is how people comment on pull request. But that doesn't necessarily mean all those people who can comment on pull request can also accept and reject it. Okay, fine. Next thing is issue. We'll discuss issues and then we'll take a small break. Okay. Issues. GitHub issue is basically for agile project planning. You can use it for tracking ideas, feedback, task, or even bug tracking. So it is basically a kind of alternative to tools like Jira. Is there anybody here who's using Atlassian Jira for project planning? Let me show you that. GitHub has option for creating project, but what you have to do is go to setting and enable project for your repository. So if I scroll down, let me check if project is enabled. Yes, issues are enabled. Issues and projects are enabled. So you can see them here. Can you see the option for projects? Hello? I can start agile project planning right here. Click on new project button and let's create a project. Let's give it a same name. Okay. Let's give this project exactly the same name. We can use agile board options. And name of the project here, let me name it as demo 0305. And I'm planning to use this type of a board. This is called Kanban board. Let's create one. So this is my Kanban board. Can you see 3 columns here? To do, in progress, and done. So what item should be there in to do? Let's say in to do, let me add one item as a user. I should, I should get a home page to list all the products and product catalogs. Okay, so this is one issue I have added here. You can select a template now. Let's say I want to use blank issue template, and then you can provide a description here for the given issue. Is that clear? Click on create, an issue is created here. Now this issue is right now in to do column. Yes, this is how you create your product backlog, or you can also call them PBI, product backlog items. What will happen if you start working on it? If you already start working on it, you can just drag and drop it and move it to in progress. That means you are actively working on this. And what you should do after you have completed it, what you should do after you complete it. Yes, anyone? It should go to done. Once you complete it, it should go to done. Drag and drop it and mark it as done. This is how it is work. It is done. So if you have your GitHub repository, if you don't have GitHub repository, sign up and create a free account. That's easy. And once you create it, you can then start creating a repository and a project. Okay. Create a repository, create a project, and inside that project, you can add work items or product backlog items. Like you can drag and drop them to move them from to do to in progress to done, like that. Okay. So let's do one thing. Let's take a small break here. Meanwhile, I want you guys to try this, creating a repository and creating a project. Okay. Let me put a timer here. Okay, let's continue now. Fine. I hope you have tried this GitHub project. Okay, fine. So let's continue now. So here we are. So GitHub issues can actually help you to track your all your work, right? Easily. Now, how do you create an issue from a repository? Now, these are the steps you can follow. Go to the main page of your repository, then go to the issues, and you can create a new issue directly. Okay, without creating a project also, you can create an issue directly. So go to the repository, click on issues, click on new issue, and there you will get several options like whether you want to create a bug report or a feature request, or you can just create a blank issue. Let me show you where you can find this option now. So for a given project, a given repository, for example, if you go to one of the repositories, this one, for example, for the repository, you can click on issues, which is the second button here on the navigation bar. And here you can add a new issue for this particular repository from here. Provide all the details. You can even assign this issue to yourself. Is that clear? Fine. This is how you can create issue directly in a repository without even creating a project. You can add title, you can add description, okay, provide some description about it, and then finally click on submit button. Shubh has shared a link with all of you to get the Microsoft Learn badge on GH-100. Okay, if you click on this URL, it will take you to Microsoft Learn account where you can log in with your personal Microsoft account, Microsoft means Hotmail account, Outlook account, etc., and then claim this badge GH-100. Okay, fine. You can also create discussions. Now, what is discussion? Discussion is a great way for conversation between your team members. But first of all, it's not by default enabled for every repository. You need to go to the settings and enable it manually. Okay. So like, for example, for this repository, I can go to settings, and from settings, let's see where we can enable and enable this option called discussion, right? Now, discussion is a great tool to discuss with your team members any particular fact. It will appear like this. You can discuss ideas. You can set up some kind of polls, right? Like, for example, how about I start a new poll here? Issue without project means the issues will be simply listed here. An issue with project means they will be listed here, and it will more or less act like an agile project management feature. It will create dashboard. It will create Kanban dashboard. Here you will get just list of issues. Okay, that's the difference. Now, going back to discussion, let's see if I can create a new poll. Okay, so let's do one thing, create a new discussion. And here I'm going to create a new poll. Okay, so let's say the poll is simple. Which JavaScript framework we should use for front end? Okay. And in this discussion or in this poll, let's ask people or let's give users two choices. Oh, wait a second. This should be in a question. Okay. And here, let me ask users two options, Angular, React. Okay. And here, selection of front-end technology is the title. Start the discussion. And you will see, oh, wait a second, looks like I didn't write anything here. So just write something. Selection of front end. Start the discussion. Can you see now? Hello? So I have successfully created a first discussion on this repository, and I will ask user to select which particular framework they want to use. Now here, I am maintainer of this log, right? But there is only one participant here. This is my personal account. Are you getting my point? And what if I vote for a particular technology? Can you see the result now? 100% votes to Angular, 0% votes to React. Can anybody explain me why it is 100%? It's very easy, tricky but easy. Yes, because I'm the single user, or I don't have any multiple members right now, right? And out of one user, right? One out of one user voted for Angular. So Angular received 100% vote. But if there were 100 users, it would have been better. Anyways, there is only one participant here. You can see it's already visible here, one participant. So this type of discussions can be done right now, right there in GitHub. And you don't have to do this type of discussion somewhere outside. Now, do you know that people actually use different types of forums or different types of tool to do this type of discussion and polls? Like, for example, you can do this type of polls and discussion in Microsoft Teams, for example. Am I right? Yeah. You can do this type of discussion with Microsoft Teams or some other tool as well. Do you use any other tool which provide this type of discussion feature? For team collaboration, do you use any specific tool? Anyone? Trello, Zoom. Okay. So there are several tools you can do. Discord. Discord is a very popular one. So here, this is how you should use it. Go to your repository settings, scroll down for discussion, set up discussion, and you can start a new discussion right there. All the people who are part of your GitHub team, they can participate in this discussion. Okay. Yeah. Notion. That's fine. That's right. You know what is benefit of having everything in one single product? If you are using something like Trello, Discord, or Notion, you need to find some way to integrate them into your other softwares or into other system. But here, yes, better collaboration. Everything is provided by GitHub alone. You just have to go and enable that particular feature and start using it right away. So you can discuss, you can do project planning, right? You can raise a bug all from GitHub itself. You don't have to depend on any third-party tool for that. And by the way, discussion is free tool. You don't need GitHub Enterprise subscription to use discussion panel. So what kind of discussions you can do? You can make announcement. Announcements are read only. You are just updating. You want to just quickly update your entire team about something. You create announcement. Anything relevant to project would be general. Now, general is open-ended discussion, whereas announcement are read only. You just announce something and that's it. But in general, people can reply. You can define ideas. You can create polls. You can actually have Q&A right there in your repository. Are you getting my point? And even more interesting one, show and tell. Any idea what it is? Show and tell. It's basically like you want to create some kind of experiments or you want to create some kind of test, right? It's again an open-ended discussion. You want to explain some kind of things to your participant, to your team members. You can show them, right? Like this is the piece of code, this is the idea I'm working on, and you can start discussing it right away. These are all different types of discussions you can do. You start the discussion, provide the title, and then people can start commenting on it. Yes, you can also share the code. In show and tell, you can share the code with participant and explain them, okay, see, when I do this, I'm getting this error. Or if you write code this way, it is more better compared to the way we are doing it right now. That is show and tell. Fine. So you get all these features, and whatever features I have explained to you so far, they are available to all users, including free users. Now, how do you manage subscription? What kind of subscriptions you can manage? Now, subscription here is not GitHub subscription, but notification and you can say discussion. Can you send notifications over an email? Yes. Can you send certain type of notification to the users? Yes. Let me show you where you can find the notification and subscriptions option. Let's again go back to settings, and from settings, social features, discussion, pull request, archive. No, not this actually. Yeah, I got it. Actually, it's not in here. For notifications, you have to actually click on this button. Can you see right top corner? These are the notifications you have received. Now, this is your inbox, and these are your notifications. Like, for example, GitHub has sent several notifications to me. Okay. Like repository has dependencies with security vulnerability. This is security alert. I have created a few minutes back, I have created a new gist. So you can see a notification for that gist creation is also received here. Somebody has also put a comment over here. Prabhukar Silna has put a comment here, received. Did you notice that? Okay, so this is notifications. Now, what if you don't want any kind of notification for this particular object? There is a unsubscribe button. Can anybody explain me what will happen if I hit unsubscribe? What happens if I hit this unsubscribe button? It means GitHub will stop sending notifications related to this gist. Okay. In case if you want to control notifications further, what you can do is you can click on a button here, manage notifications, and then go to subscriptions. Let's see how many subscriptions are there for this particular repository. Like, for example, you can see it here. This is discussion. You can see it here. This is issue. You can see it here. This is repository changes, commit. You can see all the subscriptions here. What all changes you have subscribed for. You can see all of them right here. Is that clear? All the changes. What you can do is you can select a one, okay, and you can unsubscribe it right from here. You can control your subscriptions, you control your notifications from here. Make sense? Why you should disable notifications for certain things? Because too many notifications will simply fill your inbox with too many unnecessary notifications, right? So you can specify, or you should specify what notifications you wish to receive and what notification you do not want to receive. You can specify that. Okay, so you can unsubscribe it, you can unwatch it, right? If you don't no longer want that particular messages to appear in your inbox. By the way, it won't just appear in your inbox in GitHub. GitHub also send all those notifications to your registered email address. Okay. So my GitHub registered email address is my Synergetics email account. So all those notifications also go to my Synergetics mail account. Are you getting my point? If you no longer want to receive them, unsubscribe them. Any questions so far, anyone? If you have your own GitHub account, you better go and test discussions. Okay, good, fine. So let's continue, right? GitHub pages. Another interesting feature in GitHub is GitHub pages. GitHub pages allows you to actually publicize and host a website about yourself or organization directly from GitHub. So do you want to build a static website? Yes, you can just use GitHub to do that, right? And then simply host it on GitHub pages. So you don't actually have to depend on third-party hosting providers at all. You can have your own GitHub pages readily available. Okay. It's a static hosting page. That means there are several restrictions. Number one, it doesn't provide any kind of server-side scripting engine or any kind of server-side runtime like Java or Python or anything. It's just static pages, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript alone. You can build an application and deploy it directly on GitHub itself. Now, if you want to try any of these demos are available on GitHub. GitHub call them exercises. Now, let me share with you exercise link. Okay. These GitHub exercises are available in this repository, Introduction to GitHub. Can you see a repository here? These are the exercises that will actually give you all the detailed steps on how to do a particular exercise. Like, for example, this one is an exercise that will explain you how to create branch, how to commit file, how to open pull request, and how to merge it, right? This is an exercise for that. These are the instructions for it. Okay. Here, this is the flow. You just follow the flow and you can try this exercise yourself. If you don't want to try this one, right, there is other exercises as well that you can try. Okay. Let me share the link with you. What you just have to do is just follow the link and keep following through all the steps. Right. Please remember, for this exercise to work, you should have your own personal GitHub account first. Is that clear? Now, a knowledge check. Let's see how much you have learned from this module. Okay. What is the best way to report bug to GitHub project? Is it possible to report a bug to an existing GitHub project or project which is already hosted on GitHub? If yes, then what is the correct way to do it? Every GitHub project already has an option called issues where you can register a new bug. So option C is the right answer, right? Search for the bugs in existing issues, and if it is not already there, create the new one. I can even show you an example of that. This is GitHub repository for Angular. Angular is the JavaScript framework and its entire source code is right here. And can you see number of issues here? 1.5K. What does it mean? It's 1,500 issues, right? And out of 1,500 issues, I can filter and show bugs. Like, for example, let me see if there are any bugs here reported by anyone. Can I just search for it? Yes. Let us search for bugs. Can you see several bugs which people have already reported? So it is as easy. You go to a repository. If you have a bug, just click on issues, search for bugs. If bug is not already there, create a new one. Now, second question. Suppose you created a bug fix on a branch and want it to become part of your next production build generated from main branch. What you should do? You have already generated a new bug fix, or you have already provided a bug fix. What you should do now? How do you apply that bug fix to your project? Yes, yes, absolutely right. Option number two. If you have a solution for a bug, First, implement that solution in your local branch and then create a pull request and ask contributors, collaborators in repository, tell them you have found a bug fix, okay? And you want them to review it and merge it into original branch or original parent branch. So option B is the correct option for this. Now, third and last question. You like to work with project on GitHub, but you don't have right access to the project. What you can do to contribute? Now, this is something I didn't explain to you earlier, but let's see if people know about it anyways. If you do not have right access to a repository, you can still fork it, F-O-R-K, fork. Create a fork, make the changes, and then raise a pull request. This is how I made changes to Azure Quick Start template repository. So option A this time, you have to use fork, but it still requires you to have a personal GitHub account. Okay. So this is what we have learned so far. Fundamental features of GitHub. So GitHub is a platform for developers, right? And being a developer platform, it provides several ways you and me as a developer can work with our project. It has source code repository. It has built-in text editor, right, for editing the contents. It has issues, it has projects, it has discussions, and so on. Let's not talk about administration aspect of GitHub. Now, this is something which is actually possible only if you are using GitHub team account or GitHub enterprise account. Okay. So what is administration now? Administration means, let's say you have a GitHub account with a team, or you have GitHub account with, let's say 10 or 15 people in a team. How will you control access to your GitHub for all the team? Okay. Make sure that right person has right privileges. This is what we are going to discuss here in this module. Number one, administration. Just like any other service, GitHub, if you are using it for team or for enterprise, you need to have a dedicated user called GitHub administrator user. Now, what this administrator user is supposed to do? Administrator user is the one who's responsible for creating the team or changing the parent team. Admin user can delete or rename an existing team. Admin user can import users from Active Directory and place them in GitHub, link them to GitHub, okay? Or maybe add people from outside your organization to your repository as a collaborators, right? You can enable and disable discussions. You can enable and disable project, right? You can control what features are available to your repository and what features are not available to your repository. You can do that, okay? Yes. So that is your GitHub administrator. If you use GitHub Enterprise, you can link it with Microsoft Entra ID or Active Directory and simply import all the users and assign them GitHub subscription. Only administrator can do that. Okay. Now, what are the best practices for administrator? One best practice for administrator, if you are GitHub administrator, you should create nested teams. Now, what is nested team? Team within team. Okay. First, you create a team. Okay. Inside that team, you can create a sub team. So basically in GitHub, there is a concept called organization. Okay. Let me put it here. Okay. So GitHub has a concept called GitHub Enterprise. GitHub Enterprise basically allows you to create multiple GitHub organizations. So below GitHub Enterprise, you can create several GitHub organizations. And these organizations would be part of your These organizations would be part of your enterprise. You can have several organizations under this. Within GitHub organization, then you can have two things: GitHub teams and GitHub projects. Projects and repositories also. Okay. So basically, what if you set certain rule for GitHub organization? The rule will be automatically applied to all these projects and all these teams as well. But this requires GitHub Enterprise subscription, not personal. You can also help user to streamline the peer pull request review process. Okay. And you can also enable synchronization. That means every time a new user is added to your identity provider like Active Directory, it will be synced with GitHub. Or let's say if you remove a user from Active Directory, it should be removed from GitHub organization as well. Okay, this is called team synchronization. Otherwise, if person is removed from your organization's Active Directory, right, but it still gets access to GitHub, right, this will actually be a serious data privacy issue. So we can have administrator at organization level, as I told you now, or you can have administrator on enterprise level. If it is organization level admin can control access to users. To give you an example, uh, this is my GitHub account. And under my GitHub account, you can see I have several GitHub organizations connected here. One GitHub organization I have created is KindZS. Let me go to this. Now, this is my GitHub organization. And for this GitHub organization now, I have total 8 repositories in it. Did you notice that? And I have just one team inside it. Unfortunately, in this team, I have only one person in this team. Did you notice the name of the team? Team 1. And how many people are there in this team? Just one. This is my team 1, right? As of now, this team has only one member. But if required, I can add additional members here. Now, I cannot add additional members right now because this is my personal Teams account, right? You can also provide team-wise setting. Like, for example, this is the name of the team. Can you see there are options for code review now? Now, this actually makes sense, right? Tell me, how many of you agree to this statement? Every time you raise a pull request, you should notify only the selected team about those things. You don't want entire team to be told that there is a pull request open, right? Isn't it? Enable auto assignment. What is it? Every time you raise a pull request, it will be assigned to your team members. And here also, you can specify how many people should review your code. Can you see this? I want my pull request to be reviewed by 3 people. You can even use algorithm, round robin, alternate reviews between each team member. You know what does it mean? Automatically GitHub will manage, like your pull request will be reviewed by developer B, C, and D. Developer B's pull request will be managed by or reviewed by you, then developer C and D, like that. Okay. You can even say never assign certain team members. What is this? This is called exclude list. Like, for example, let's assume your team, you have few members in your team who are freshers. And you as a team admin, you don't want freshers to review other people's pull request. Are you getting my point? Hello? Now, don't you think this is a very smart feature to manage who can review your code or who can review your pull request? Make sense? You can even connect it with a collaboration tool called Slack. Anybody here using Slack? Okay, fine. No worries. So you can do all this thing, right? You can even delete the team if you are organization. Okay, so you can create teams, right? And you can create organization. Now this is organization. For the organization settings, I can control lot many other things as well. Like for example, member privileges. What members are allowed to do what kind of things. Now you will notice one thing, members will be able to create only selected repository types. Option to create public is by default on, but option to create private repository, you can disable it. Are you getting my point? You can also enable and disable whether users can create and public site, for example, right? All these things, whether or not to allow users to delete the issue. Okay, all those settings you can manage from the organization admin. So if you are organization admin, you will be allowed to perform all this type of administrating stuff. You can also set up billing. Now, what is billing? Because if you use something like GitHub organization, right, you have to take care of certain licenses. Like, for example, here, I'm using GitHub Copilot business license, and then I'm using GitHub free license. But if I'm using any other plan, it will actually appear here. It will actually appear over here. Okay. Any question about administration here? On organization level, you change organization setting, but if it is at enterprise level, these are the things you can do as an enterprise administrator. Okay, with owner permission, if you are enterprise administrator or user with owner permission, you can do all that. You can integrate your GitHub Enterprise with single sign-on with identity providers like Azure Active Directory or Microsoft Entra ID, which is actually same thing. Okay, or some other identity provider. What is single sign-on, by the way? Just a general knowledge question. SSO or single sign-on. Anyone? Single sign-on basically means that your users can use same credentials or same login session to access GitHub as well. They don't have to actually use a different login attempt. Okay, they can use existing credentials on GitHub as well. But you as an administrator have to set it up. Okay, you can set up billing organizations, billing managers. Okay, and you can apply some other enterprise level settings. You can even create multiple organizations if you want under enterprise. Okay. Now there are two options with GitHub. Either you log in into GitHub directly using GitHub's own authentication workflow, or you can integrate it with your other identity provider. If you integrate it with other identity provider, it is called SSO, single sign-on. Right? So users will log in into their identity provider like Microsoft Entra ID and then will be redirected to GitHub. Or you can use GitHub login itself. GitHub also has its own login. Okay. You can log in with username and password. You can log in into GitHub using username and password. Or you can access GitHub services using some kind of personal access token, PAT. Do you know personal access tokens are becoming increasingly popular nowadays? And the scenario here is personal access tokens are mostly used for app to app integration, not user to app integration. Okay. Like for example, if you want Azure pipelines to use GitHub services, you will have to generate personal access token for it. If you want GitHub to communicate with other cloud providers or GitHub to communicate with other third-party services, you will use personal access tokens for that. GitHub allows you to create personal access token and you can create them from your GitHub settings page. Just to show you an example, if I just go back to my GitHub once again, this is my user profile. From user profile, let me go for settings. Now this is my GitHub settings. And for GitHub settings, let's do one thing. Oh, wait a second. I can just scroll down and find an option here, developer settings, last option. From developer settings, these are authentication mechanisms available. Last one is personal access token. And in personal access token, you get two options, a new fine-grained token or old classic token. You can either create an old classic token or new fine-grained token. How they are different? If you use classic token, for example, let's say I want to create new classic token. The UI is like this. Oh, wait, I already have single sign-on in use and I need to fetch my phone this time. This is called, sorry, not single sign-on. This is MFA, multi-factor authentication. Just give me a minute. Yeah. So what I will do is I'll use my GitHub mobile. I have a mobile application that I'm using for two-factor authentication. Okay. It sent a prompt to my mobile application, accepted the login from here, and now it's allowing me to go to next page. Here, because I'm using Classic, you can see it's asking me for description. I can provide a description. The token will expire on a certain date, and these are the scope. Like this particular token allow me to, let's say, access my repository, allow me to access my GitHub Action workflow, allow me to write packages or delete packages. This particular token will allow me to generate or to access public and private keys. Okay. Or this one will allow me to create new guest, right? This will allow me to, let's say, read other users. Okay. You can provide what permissions you want. Whatever permissions you select here, the token will have all these permissions or token will have all those privileges. Okay. This is how we create personal access token. Other than personal access token, GitHub also use other option called SSH keys. What could be use of SSH keys? How many of you have used SSH keys? Yes, Shubham. For APIs to access GitHub, you need personal access token. Okay. SSH keys are mostly used by Linux users to log in into Linux machine. But in here, in this case, SSH keys can be used when you are when you push and pull code from your local machine to GitHub. That pull and push nowadays recommend either personal access token or SSH keys. To push the code from local machine to GitHub, you either use SSH keys or you use personal access token. Let me give you an example of that. For any repository, for any GitHub repository, when you do this, let's say you go to the repository and you click on this clone button, code button, sorry. Can you see there are two options? You can download using HTTPS URL and you can download using SSH URL. But if you download using SSH URL, it will be using SSH key as a password. Is that clear? Hello? Now the thing is, I already have an SSH key registered for me on my machine. So I can push and pull repository changes using SSH easily. Okay. SSH key is already registered for me. What I can do is I can just show you here. Let's go back to the settings, password and authentication. And password is already there. And I already have two-factor authentication configured, right? And wait a second. SSH key is also registered here, but it's not actually showing it anything here. Security keys, GitHub mobile, recovery code, right? I have already registered as, oh yes, SSH keys are here. It's a separate panel basically. SSH key. Did you notice this? The SSH key is already been used. Are you getting my point? Right? This key is already registered on my HP laptop. If I need to register a new SSH key, I can do that. Create a new SSH key and use it from here. Okay. Or you can use deploy keys. Okay. That can grant user an access to single repository. The difference is this is for single repository and this is for entire GitHub organization. Okay. Entire account. I don't have to use different key for each repository then. Now, what are the best practices? You should use strong passphrase for your SSH keys to make them safe. Even in SSH keys, we get actually key pair, a public key and a private key. And for a private key, there should be a password. Regularly rotate the keys. What is rotation of keys? Any guess? Key rotation. To, let's say, protect your keys from being misused or protect your keys better, you should do a regular rotation of key. Rotation means change the key. It is like resetting your password every 6 months. Similarly, you should reset your SSH keys or you should periodically generate new SSH keys and replace old one. Okay. After every couple of minutes, a couple of months, probably. Limit key permission. Never generate keys with all permissions. Never generate key with all the permissions, all the privileges. And monitor the key usage. Check how people are using those keys. Okay. Now, unfortunately, most of these monitoring features will not be available to public free users. For monitoring the usage, you need Teams or enterprise subscription. Any questions so far? Two-factor. I'm already using two-factor authentication. For two-factor authentication, it means every time user is doing any admin work, ask for second pair of authentication. Like in my case, it was GitHub Mobile. In my case, it was GitHub Mobile for me. You can actually access this module now from Microsoft Learn portal. Let me just share with you URL. Just give me a minute. Wait a second. Here it is GitHub Foundation. Okay, GitHub Foundation Part-1. You can access all these modules from here, whatever we have discussed, and it actually has a little bit more information than what we are actually covering here in today's one-day training. Okay, so whatever I have discussed with you, it's all available under this module, Introduction to GitHub Products. Okay, so you can use it for just quick reference. Okay. So what all things are there? GitHub account, plan, licenses, etc. is already mentioned here. Okay. And several other features are also provided here. Okay. That you can just refer to. Okay. Now, two-factor authentication. I explain you two-factor authentication is just like additional set of credential you will ask users for, right? Okay. You can also integrate it with SAML for single sign-on. You can also integrate it with LDAP. LDAP is Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. LDAP allows GitHub to be integrated with Active Directory, Microsoft Windows Active Directory, or Open LDAP, or Oracle Active Directory. Okay. So several directories can be integrated with it. LDAP is basically a protocol. Even Microsoft Windows Active Directory follows LDAP protocol. Okay. For permissions wise, basically these are the levels. The most basic permission is read permission. The most basic permission you can assign to someone is read permission. And what people with read permissions can do, they can just view and clone repository, okay? But they cannot make any changes anywhere. Then there are users with triage permission. These users can do read and they can also create and manage issues and pull requests, but they cannot push their own changes. To push your own changes, you need write permission. Okay. But write permission allows you to push changes to the local branches, but not to protected branch. Okay. You can create pull request. There is other level called maintain. Maintain is one who can manage repository setting and pull request, but cannot delete or transfer repository. And then we have top level permission admin who have full control over everything. Make sense? You can also create admin user who has full access to everything, all the resources. How do you set repository permission level? You log into a repository, go to the repository setting, select the template repository, and then you can specify repository role for given user, team membership for given user, and organization membership for given user. Organization membership basically means what all organizations this particular user is member of. Okay. Fine. So now let's continue. Repository membership options. How do you become member of a repository? Direct collaborator. It is possible that somebody add you to a particular repository directly, explicitly with a specific role, right? Read permission, triage permission, write, maintain, or admin. Okay. Or you might receive access to a repository via team membership. That means you are a member of a team and the team or a group of users, what you can specifically call it, a group of user is then given permission to access a repository. So you are allowed to access a repository because you are a member of certain team. You know what does it mean? If somebody change the team membership, like for example, if an admin say that team one will no longer have access to a repository, then you will also lose access to that repository along with your team. Okay, this is inherited access. Organization default permission. What is organization default permission? Default permission means organization admin will define that these users by default become member of all the new repositories created in organization. That way, you naturally inherit those permissions for every repository. Like for example, if you have a personal GitHub account, like me, if you have a personal GitHub account, and if you create a new organization, you will automatically become member of that organization. Make sense? Hello? And then outside collaborator. Can anybody explain me outside collaborator? It's basically user who's not member of organization, but still has access to a repository. They could be contractors, freelancers, or open source contributors. Make sense? Okay, there's good. Fine. I was just explaining you these points. Okay, you can monitor and audit the access to organization, go to the repository and check who all you have given permissions. But unfortunately, most of these settings are available for GitHub Enterprise. I don't have GitHub Enterprise right now, so I won't be able to show you this. There is a feature called Enterprise Audit Log where you can see who all have accessed what all resources. Okay, that will give you a picture like what all permissions you have granted and what all your team members are doing. If you find a person accessing something he or she should not access on GitHub, just go and modify the permissions. Okay, right. Team permissions wise, you can have centralized permissions. You can have structural collaboration, right? Centralized access means all the access are managed from one single place, right? Organization uh, settings or enterprise setting. Structured collaboration means create multiple teams, maybe create multiple nested team 1, team 2, team 3, and assign privileges to the team. And then team will be assigned organization and project. That would be a structured collaboration. Visibility and communication. Teams should have their own discussion board where it should be easier for teams to interact with each other, means team members to interact with each other. This is, we are just talking about certain set of best practices in here. So you can have permissions assigned to a team. Even inside a team, you should have one person or one team administrator. We call them team maintainer. And then rest of them would be team members. Team maintainer is like an admin, can add and remove team members, can edit team settings, and can even manage nested teams, sub team, basically, but cannot make any organization settings. It is like your team lead, basically. This person would be your team lead. Okay. And then you can choose what all repositories those teams can access. Like, for example, this particular repository is given, or this particular repository can be accessed by two teams, Core and Octo project. Can you see this? Octo project has 5 members and Core has 2 members, right? Core is given admin role on repository. Octo project is given write role on the repository. Now, I have a question for all of you. I have a question for all of you. Can member of Octo project, is it possible for member of Octo project to delete entire repository? Anyone? No. Yes. But can member of core team delete the repository? Yes. Okay. Sometimes, even though it is not recommended, but it might be possible that a user is member of both the teams. A user might be member of both the team, Octo project and core, right? It's possible. In that case, if that particular person tries to do any admin work, it will be allowed because he has permissions to do that via core team. Enterprise access, make sure you provide access to organizations and enterprise. You provide access to internal and external collaborator. Internal means your team members. External means people who are outside your organization. Make sure you follow best practice of least privilege. Least privilege means provide lowest possible privileges to user. Okay. And then security and governance. Using an audit log, you should check how people are using privileges assigned to them. What if there is a person with admin privileges, but what that person always do is just checking and check out code and never actually do any admin work? Maybe you should change the roles assigned to that person to that of only write permissions or developer and not an admin. Okay. You will get to know about this if you do an audit. Now, these are permission levels again for the organization level. You could be organization owner. You could be organization member. You could be organization moderator. Moderator is basically just to manage the contributions. You could be billing manager, the one who will check billing. Because in GitHub, there are several subscriptions you might purchase. Like you might have a dedicated GitHub Enterprise subscription. dedicated GitHub code spaces or GitHub Copilot subscription. Billing manager will take care of billing, schedules, budgets, etc. You could have security managers and you could have outside collaborators which are outside your organization. You can also define some default permission for all the members. We call them base permissions. Base permission, what is meaning of base permission? Anyone? What happens if I keep base permission as read? What happens if I keep base permission as write? It means every time you add a new member, that member will automatically become read or write. Okay, this is the minimum that everyone will get. This is called base. You should also use base permission. Now, ideally, you should keep base permission either as none or as read. Okay, most commonly used one is read, but some organizations set base as none. So even if you add member, it doesn't actually grant them any permission, right? There should be a separate workflow to assign permissions to them. So again, same thing, owner, member, billing, and so on. You can also create a rule set. Now, rule set is not again available to me, but rule set basically define a policy. Okay, policy for setting permissions to users that you have added via identity provider. Okay, you can create your own policy to assign rules. Like for example, you have Windows Active Directory or Azure Active Directory, and there you have user groups. Member of a certain group should automatically be granted admin access on GitHub organization. You can do that with the help of rule set. I don't have my GitHub Enterprise right now. It's already, you can say, I have expired the trial version here, so I can't use it anymore. But I can show you the options available here. Okay, let's go to the organization kind CS. And for this particular organization now, let's go to organization settings. And here we have member privileges, repository creation, fork, project base, integration request. Okay. Unfortunately, I still don't have access for rule set right now. This is role management. It's not a rule set. You don't get rule set here because it's a public, sorry, this is a personal account basically. Okay, compliances are different. They are not same as rule set. Fine. So this is available to enterprise users. Now, what is benefit of having single organization and multiple? This is basically for enterprise user. You can have a one single organization. All the members belongs to that. Or inside a GitHub enterprise, you can create multiple organization. Each organization can have a different policies, different set of users, and so on. These are the pros and cons. Okay, fine. We'll take a break now, and post break, we will continue with this particular session. We will discuss some other products in GitHub, like GitHub Action, we'll explore. Fine. Let's take a break now. We'll take a break for 45 minutes. We'll continue at 1:45.
Guys, please do redeem your badges.
Okay, guys, we'll continue now. Sorry, I'm sharing my screen. Just 1 minute. We'll wait for people to join. Okay, so let's get started. I hope everybody has joined back. So we were discussing GitHub and GitHub Enterprise teams and uh, what we call it administration. Now a quick knowledge check. What is benefit of integrating Active Directory or Microsoft Entra ID for team synchronization? What do you think is benefit of doing this? Anyone? Sorry. Okay. Yeah. So what is benefit of integrating Active Directory for team synchronization? Team synchronization, if you integrate it with Active Directory, it basically provides you a kind of decentralized administration. Okay. Okay, now the next question. Which of the following actions can organization members perform? Collaborate on repositories based on assigned role, contribute code and participate in discussion, manage organization settings, including security and billing, and the last one, access resource as defined by team or repository specific permissions. An organization member is basically a person who already has access to almost all the features or all the services available there, right? You have multiple ways to assign teams, roles and all, right? Obviously speaking here, organization members, right? Organization members can always perform almost all the activities here. All the options are applicable for organization members. Organization member and outside collaborators. Organization members are included in organization's internal directory. Outside collaborators have access to all repositories. Now, this is wrong. For outside collaborators, you can define whether to give them access to a particular repository or not. Usually, outside collaborators are assigned to a particular repository at a time. Organization's members do not appear in organization's internal member list. It actually depends. It requires SSO sign up. Outside collaborators inherit organization-wide setting. Organization-wide setting is for internal members, not for outside collaborators. Which permission level allow users to manage repository setting but not delete or transfer the repository? Tell me, this we have already discussed. Okay. The correct option here is maintain. A. Write permission do not allow you to manage repository setting. Triage also does not allow you to manage repository setting. Admin is allowed to manage repository setting, but admin can also delete a repository. Make sense? Admin has all the privileges, including deleting or transferring repository. Write and triage cannot delete or transfer repository, but write can only write the changes, commit the changes, right? Triage can collaborate, manage pull request, but they both cannot manage repository settings. Repository setting managed by maintain permission. Enterprise team. Which role within team can add and remove team members? Okay, now there are billing manager, organization owner, team member, and team maintainer. Now here, let me give you a hint. There are two correct answers. A and C, organization owner and team maintainer. Okay, A and C. Billing manager is not allowed to add team members, and team members anyway have least permissions. They cannot add other members. Just Okay, about this question now. What permission level is best for project manager who need triage and organize issues without contributing to the code? Now, question literally is giving you the answer. For project managers, it would be triage role. Okay, fine. So that was it. We will now move to the next module and we'll discuss what other features we get under Copilot. Under GitHub products. Fine. So if you are using GitHub, there are several types of GitHub account: a personal GitHub account, an organization or team account, and enterprise account. I have already told you about this pricing plan a little bit in the very beginning of this session, right? Anyway, so account and plan, we have personal account, we have organization or team accounts, and then we have enterprise account. With personal account, you create your own GitHub, right? Where you are the owner of that particular GitHub account and you have all the permissions to do everything in there. You can invite other people as external or outside collaborators. If it is personal account, you can basically invite somebody else to your GitHub as a external collaborator. Okay. So personal account are